Good morning. We'll call the 8:15 review calendar, I believe first. Let's address Wayne Wooten. Mr. Wooten, if you come up and have a seat at the council table, we'll address your matter. It looks like first, let me ask you, how's life going?
Looking
Pretty
up.
smooth?
Yeah.
You look well, you look happy. The docket says that our questions are outpatient treatment, alcohol and drug information school, and the victim impact panel. I see we do have an evaluation from the right step. Where are we?
I went through the evaluation and then the detox program, and then I attended the 30-day for a period of 4 days. I was too sick to participate and they asked me to leave. I found help elsewhere and I've since quit. And I just kind of left it at that because I wasn't really clear on what my options were.
Yeah, we're going to need proof of enter into a complete outpatient treatment. Are you?
I went to an inpatient program. Is that?
Can you give me a discharge summary and maybe a proof of that?
I only attended for 4 days. I was too sick to complete it.
Are you willing to do it again?
Inpatient,
Or the recommendation was for outpatient.
that's strange because she told me inpatient. And she wrote down outpatient.
I'll read it. Enter into and complete a course of outpatient treatment at the earliest opportunity, followed by intensive inpatient for a length and frequency specified in the treating substance use disorder professional.
Kind of confusing.
That is kind of an unusual recommendation, outpatient followed by inpatient. I've never quite seen a recommendation like this. Do you think maybe a different, a new evaluation might be of assistance?
Sure.
Yeah, the goal of the whole thing is to, not beat you over the head with a lot of treatment you don't need and everything. It's to make sure that you don't put yourself in a position where something like this happens again, that you don't get an offense like this again. Or do some damage to property or people that may be unfortunate. I'm not quite sure, Mr. Redfield, any input from you that's how about the victim impact panel?
That totally slipped my mind. I didn't realize that I had to go through that. The victim impact panel was, maybe that I was committed to writing. There wasn't any victim in my case. I wasn't sure if that was.
You can get that, any treatment center be able to tell you where to get that.
Okay.
And any treatment center. That's on the one hand, it doesn't seem like it. No new offenses, substance related, and no apparent issues with it. You look healthy, you look well. I'm not a professional evaluator. That goes without saying. What I think I'd like you to do is, would you be able to, or willing to get another evaluation?
Yes.
Why don't you do that? Again, the whole purpose here is to make sure this doesn't happen again. Why don't we give you a court date, the first available date in February? And let's take a look at it again. Hopefully by that time you will have attended the Alcohol and Drug Information School, ADIS, and maybe completed an evaluation. I think if you're not exhibiting any problems, second evaluation may be of assistance. And again, by far, the most important thing is you haven't reoffended. I haven't seen any indication of that. That court date would be February 2nd at 8:15. Everything is electronic now. I'm electronically signing today's order that sets that. You'll be able to get a copy of that by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Mr. Wooten, I want to thank you for appearing. It looks like things are going well. And look forward to seeing you on February 2nd, and hopefully we'll have a little more clarification then. Any questions at all?
Nope.
Stop at the window, get a copy of the order, and we'll look forward to seeing you then. Take care. Have a good day. And happy New Year. Sir?
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Seth Taninga with Puget Law Group, appearing on the Timothy Higgins matter, case number 2A0117669.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. And this is a defense counsel motion to withdraw due to an irreconcilable breakdown in communications.
Absolutely. Motion granted.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I just wish to make sure that the court had all the appropriate papers.
And any idea of how Mr. Higgins is doing, or?
Unfortunately, communication.
Obviously, he's not here, so that's that sort of tells me what.
Yes, Your Honor, communication has been very sparse and it's been rather difficult when we have been in communication with him. So unfortunately, we wish we could help him more.
That's well. We have met the enemy and he is us, and that sometimes we are our own worst enemy, and that may be the case here. I think the city will probably have at the appropriate time a motion for a warrant, and we'll address that here at the in a little while. But motion granted, withdrawn.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
We'll wish for the best with Mr. Higgins. You take care. Have a good day.
I have another matter at 9, so I'll be thinking.
Oh, okay. Come on up and have a seat. Ms. Williams, how are you?
I've seen better days.
Pardon?
I've seen better days.
Well, I'm hoping you have better days to look forward to.
Well, of course, right.
I'm sorry to hear that. It looks like we're at the end of an SOC. And it looks like the problem is the $250 cost that we're
Money's tight for me right now. I'm getting evicted and all that stuff. So it's like,
Oh,
can I
boy.
do community service for it?
I have no problem. This was an SOC, a stipulated order of continuance, so it's really a contract between you and the city. I'm sort of on the sidelines for it, but I'll ask Mr. Atfield. Sometimes as the city moves to simply revoke the SOC, close the case.
Is there a possibility that you can make the payments in installments?
No, I live on SSI only in TANF, and my kids are growing up and I'm getting evicted, so I have to find a new place. So it's like really hard for me right now.
Okay.
And that's why I haven't paid anything on it really.
If the city moves to revoke, I haven't heard that yet, but I'm pretty sure that they would recommend no jail time, no fine, simply let the conviction go on your record and close the case.
I think that'd be appropriate at this time.
And I think the city's recommending that. Now you have a right to have a hearing on this.
I don't understand why is that though?
Why it's what?
Why are you gonna try to put it on my record when all I asked? I could pay it if I could do community service.
I think I should speak with your attorney, Mr. Haberko.
What
I
we're
don't
gonna do
even
is we'll
know
set up
who
a
my attorney
revocation
is.
hearing, yes. I think you need to talk to your attorney before we proceed further with the matter. I have no objection to a community service, and I would I hope that your attorney will be able to, work that out.
Yeah, I didn't know I
That's-
had even an attorney or I'd been talking to that person.
But no, that's, Mr. Aberco was your public defender, that negotiated the resolution of the case, and he will still, help you with your matter.
Can I get his number to be able to call him?
Yes, yes, we certainly can do that.
Thank
But
you.
let's reset it for February, the first court date in February. Yeah, the most important thing to me is, you haven't made any reoffensive,
I haven't.
you've stayed out of trouble, and that's really the only important thing to me. That's, your financial situation, that's just what it is, and I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
and
hold that, I'm not gonna hold that against you.
Thank you. It's just hard. I have twins and I have a 10-year-old and I'm trying
Oh,
to,
boy.
and I'm a single mom and I'm trying to live on a budget and it's really hard to budget like that stuff. And I haven't been in trouble since then.
I would like your attorney to speak to Mr. Radfield about the case.
Okay.
I'm just gonna sign an order here, or resetting the matter to February 2nd at 10 o'clock in the morning.
That'll give me time to get the kids off to school. If
Good.
it's, because that's what my worry that today was.
I've signed the order resetting the matter. You can get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left. Ms. Williams, I want to wish you the best of luck. Don't give up. Hopefully your landlord tenant situation can get worked out.
I called the justice program. Hopefully I can get it figured out. So,
I wish you the best.
thank you.
We'll see you on February 2nd, about 10 o'clock. Take care.
Yeah.
Well. May as well go through the calendar. First is Josh Butler. He was picked up on a warrant. Against my better judgment, I let him out with his firm assurance that he would appear in court as directed, because he usually does that. Ordinarily he does, but
Right.
city
There's,
official.
there's no outstanding warrant.
No, he was picked up on a warrant.
Okay. All right, how about 2,500?
I think 1,000
1,000?
cash or bond. Marvin Dart, that is in warrant status. We'll leave the warrant. Robert Irwin. He's, okay, we'll come back to that.
Mr. Warren is on his way.
He's,
Or-
he, sometimes that turns out to be the case and sometimes it does not. Mr. Higgins, is next, his counsel is here, but he is not, and counsel withdrawn.
I think we can go 1,000.
That's good. Again, I think 2,500 would be a better scope. I think,
Your Honor,
given the offense and
That's fine
given
with
the,
me.
given the issues, I think,
Sure.
Ray Jones,
2,500.
is the note in the file, if he doesn't appear to reset, and I think since there has been contact, let's just reset reset with Mr. Jones. It's compliance with the diversion. We'll reset it to February 3rd. Andrew Colcott. Does not appear, end of an SOC.
Hmm,
2,500 warrant.
That's fine.
Derek Murphy already has a warrant, we'll leave warrant, we'll leave that. Pardon? We does not.
2,500.
So ordered. It looks like there is a bail bond, city moved to forfeit.
City does.
Ms. Squally was on for a pretrial hearing. She is represented by Mr. Ross. They have been appearing on a regular basis. I'm not sure why. Have we heard anything from either Mr. Ross or Ms. Squally? My recollection, which may be from a while back, my recollection is Mr. Ross wanted it set early to,
Making sure I have no correspondence from Mr. Ross. And it doesn't.
it's very unusual. They have been appearing on a regular basis. Maybe it's the confusion of the new year.
I wouldn't mind revisiting this.
We're going to note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes. Reset it to February 3rd with notice to both Ms. Squally and Mr. Ross. And that concludes the 8:30. just let us know. Let us know when we'll go on record, but.
Yes, Your Honor. For the record, Seth Domingo with Puget Law Group. We're ready on Mr. Douglas Cheney, case number 2A0385738. He is present here to my right.
Mr. Cheney, good morning. How are you? For the record, your name is Douglas Wade Cheney.
Yes,
Better set for a pretrial. I'll defer to your attorney for the status of the matter.
And yes, Your Honor, it is our intention to enter into a stipulated order of continuance. That matter is currently uploaded to O Courts and has been signed by both parties and has been signed by the defendant, Your Honor.
I reviewed it at this time. It looks like the matter is for a period of, SEC for a period of 6 months, cost of 150 and the usual conditions, law-abiding behavior, et cetera. Anything, any other conditions?
Also to attend an alcohol drug information school and and I have covered all of those conditions with Mr. Cheney, Your Honor.
And likewise, have no contact with both the White Horse Tavern and with Miss Howdesham.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to go over this agreement with your attorney?
yes,
Mr. Cheney, do you have any questions of me about what it meant?
no,
What this is a contract under the terms of which, if you fulfill the conditions set forth in the agreement, you get a very good resolution piece. A dismissal?
Yes, Your Honor.
That would be a dismissal. It would not go on your record as any sort of conviction at all. If you violate any of the conditions set forth in the agreement, guess what happens? We'll have a hearing, and if the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, we're back to square one. Only you've given up your right to go to trial, to have witnesses, all the rights contained in the agreement. You've given up those rights in return for this agreement. Based on that, the hearing, which would involve the police reports, that would most certainly result in a conviction, which would bear the possibility of jail time. Mr. Cheney, your attorney has negotiated an excellent result of this matter for you. I hope you take advantage of it. How long will it be before you can take care of the costs? It says $50 a month beginning February 5th. Is that going to be a problem?
You think you can pay it today, right?
yeah, I think I can pay it. Today.
If there's an issue making the fine payments, make sure you let your attorney know, and we can deal with that. Do you have any questions at all? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You're in a position where you can walk away from this situation with no damage, but whether you do so or not is up to one person. I'm looking at him right now. That's you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. I'm citing the order as we speak. Get a copy of that at the window of the courtroom to your left if you wish. Might indicate, also keep a current address on file, okay? And let your attorney know where you are throughout the course of the 6 months, just in case something comes up, okay? Good luck to you.
And just as a matter of bookkeeping, will Mr. Cheney's presence be required for the motion to dismiss at the end of the 6 months?
Presence is usually not required at all unless there's a problem. That's why I asked for the address. If there's a problem, we'll notify you. But no. Mr. Cheney, good idea to check with your attorney before the end of 6 months, just to make sure that everything is working out the way it should. Okay. Good luck to you.
All right, thank
Take
you,
care
Your
of
Honor.
yourself. I'm given to understand that there's a few matters that may need to be continued on the calendar. First one would be Tyler Anderson. We have heard on that. Hey, come on up, we'll address that matter as we speak.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Defer to counsel for the status of the matter.
Thank
Good morning,
you.
sir.
Thank
And would you identify yourself by name for the record?
Gilberto Ayala Vega, Your Honor.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lena Mashak for Mr. Alaya Vega. We are continuing this case or requesting that for further negotiations. I did pick the date of, I uploaded the motion in O courts, went over, I think it was February 16th or 15th that I had picked. And I went over Mr. Ayala Vega's speedy trial rights with him. He has indicated he understands those and is willing to waive them today to give us more time.
Hearing no objection to the city, I see the request is to reset the matter to February 16th at 10 o'clock. Is that gonna work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Reviewing the order as we speak. It's not quite ready yet. Mr. Allen, stay in touch with your attorney and any conditions of release or earlier set remain in effect. Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
We are continuing the matter to February 16th at your request. City, have any remarks, anything? Well, everything is on computer now, and I know electronically signing the order. Sometimes I think it was better to do things the old-fashioned way, but that's just me. You can get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Sir Alavega, good luck to you. Take care of yourself. We'll see you in a month.
Thank you,
Good luck.
Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I have one more matter, if the court wants to take it as not a continuance, but it is a trial set, and my client is here.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead and have a seat and identify yourself by name, full name for the record.
Jimmy Lee Barber, and good morning, Your Honor.
I didn't quite get the name.
Jimmy Lee Barbie.
Thank you. And Your Honor, we're sitting for trial today. I have the order on motion for pretrial conference set up on O courts here. I was gonna fill in the motion hearing and for readiness. I wasn't sure what this court normally does for motion hearings. Because I didn't see any on the calendar, so I didn't know if Madam Clerk or Your Honor could provide me with that.
We're not setting it for trial, we're setting it for motions. Motion hearing, I'm not sure what we're doing.
No, we're sitting for trial, Your Honor. Well, okay, we'll set the readiness. I didn't see a readiness on here either, so. I didn't know if this court typically does motions before trial. I know
If
some.
there are motions, pretrial motions, yeah, if they're dispositive of the case, like to hear them, yes, before the trial.
Okay, okay.
If typically, what are we asking for a jury trial? If we're asking for a jury trial, the matter is refiled up in the Thurston County, which is a whole new ballgame. You might talk to Mr. Radfield about that.
Okay,
And we'll set for, what we typically do is set for a readiness hearing here.
okay, so
Before
we'll,
that's kind of crossing the Rubicon. it's
Okay,
transferring
yeah.
the-
yep, if you're okay with doing that, we'll set for a readiness here then, and if it's on that same form, we'll just pick a day.
How far out would you like to go?
If we could go, middle to
Same
late February, yeah, the same day would be great, that same day on February 16th.
And that was February. How far out did we go in the previous matter?
I believe it was 16th, Your Honor.
That we can do. Remember, we're resetting your matter to February 16th at 10 o'clock in the morning. Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect. Stay in touch with your attorney and we'll see you back here in February.
And Your Honor, just for procedural purposes, I want to make sure the forms are done correctly. Is there anything I need to do on my end?
One of these days I'll get familiar with cyberspace. Mr. Marvin, the matter's reset, stay in touch with your attorney, as I say, and reappear in February 16th. Get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom to the left. Any questions? Good luck to you. Take care.
All right.
Includes the-
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel.
All right.
Ms. Backus is present. Is that matter ready to go? We can address Mr. Anderson at this time. Ms. Backus, good morning. We'll address your matter at this time.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is case number X Zulu 0305-822, City versus Tyler Anderson. I am Gloria Backus and I represent Mr. Anderson, who affirms his wish to appear through me under CRR 3.4 this morning. Because of ongoing medical issues that my client is dealing with, we're asking for a continuance of this matter to February the 16th, 23 at 10 a.m.
No objection.
With hearing no objection from the city, we'll do that. I'm going to wish for the best of luck. It's been a while. I hope for a speedy recovery. That's it. We'll be sending you a copy of today's motion. You'll be in touch. Do we need to send your client, Mr. Anderson, a copy of today's order?
Yes, Your Honor. That's fine. Sorry.
You take care. That concludes the hearing. We'll send you today's order, resetting the matter to February 16th, 10 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. PM on
I've been in communication with Mr. PM. He's on his way.
I understand Ms. Bowden is on that would be in connection with.
I received a request for continuance from not Ms. Bowden, but PJ French in her office.
Oh, okay.
And but I do not see motion to continue in Oakwards.
For Crystal Fiore? Correct. I have one.
Well, it was just generated by me.
Ah,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Thank you for so doing. Good morning. We'll take the matter of Yelm versus Crystal Fiore at this time. Present is either Mr. French or Ms. Bowden. We'll address that matter at this time. You're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address the case.
There we go. Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize for not having uploaded an O Court's motion to continue on this case. Our O Court specialist is out of the office and I don't have access to it on my computer. I had assumed maybe yesterday it got uploaded, but in any event, we can do this somewhat the old fashioned way. Crystal Fiore, I believe, is present in court. We're asking to set this over. We did notify the prosecutor yesterday by email. I don't believe they have any objection. This will allow time for Ms. Fiore to do a couple proactive tasks and allow us to further negotiate a resolution in this case. And we would stipulate that the next court date that the court sets for pretrial would be the new commencement date for speedy trial purposes.
Noted for the record, Ms. Fiore is in the courtroom. Ms. Fiore, any questions at all of your attorney? He's here by way of Zoom. Okay. Mr. French, we're restating the matter at the request of the defendant to February 2 at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll be sending you a copy of today's order, and Ms. Fiore can pick up a copy of it before she leaves if she wishes to do so. Any question at all?
Not from the defense, Your Honor, unless Ms. Fiore has any questions.
Any questions at all, ma'am?
I think for all of
Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect? Stay in touch with your attorney and we'll readdress the matter in February.
All right.
Happy New Year. Good luck to you. Take care.
Happy
And
New Year.
again, get a copy of today's order by going to the window
I will.
to your left out the courtroom. Thank you for appearing.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Brent,
Thank
that
you.
concludes the hearing. I'm signing the order as we speak. Talk to you in February.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Take care. Mr. Arneson in the courtroom. Mr. Arneson, your attorney's en route. We'll address the matter once Mr. Heehan gets here. I want to thank you for your patience. Take care. Robert Irwin in the courtroom. Mr. Irwin, good morning. I know your attorney is Dan Haverco. I know he's in the building. We can certainly have him present.
I don't, he's useless to me, so. Well, thank you.
It looks like the issue is probably victim impact panel, alcohol and drug information school.
And I just want to let you know, I will have that, because of Christmas and everything, I will have that, I should have the money any day now for that mother impact panel, but it's just been taking me a little bit longer to get that done, so. I'm just now off the streets.
Better late than never. It's no problem. The only question I have is how much time do you need?
I only need about a week or so. I just got to working again, so I just got to gather up the money. It's like $200, I think, for a mother impact panel.
Why don't we go to February 16th? Give you a little bit of time.
All right.
Never know how things are going to go, what the scheduling is for these agencies, and finances are always an issue as well. Life is going okay. Otherwise, I trust.
Yeah, I'm out of home.
You're off the street.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is a great step in the right direction. So glad to hear that. Stable housing, that's
Yeah.
always a good idea.
Yeah.
Mm. as a friend of mine used to say, who was lost on the street for quite a while, is that concrete just sucks the life right out of you.
That's absolutely true, sir. It'll kill you too. It's super cold. It'll kill you.
Oh, yeah, especially this time of year. February 16th. Take a minute to catch up here on the paperwork for everyone. And again, you've already heard February 16th, 8:15 in the morning. I'm signing the order, resetting to that time. You can get a copy of that at the window. Now signed, signature saved, multi-step process here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. Glad to hear you're back in housing. You take care of yourself and we'll readdress the matter in February. Thank you. Good luck to you. Take care of yourself and stay in touch with Mr. Haverko if you would. Always a good idea. Take care. I assume that everybody here is waiting to talk to Mr. Haverko when he has time. Any exceptions to that? Not hearing any. I should probably say that we set things for court, not having any idea at all as to how long it's going to take to resolve each case. Sometimes cases you think are going to take an hour, take 2 minutes. Sometimes you think the case you think is going to take 2 minutes, take an hour. There isn't any way of rescheduling matter in a better fashion that I've ever been able to come up with, and I've ever seen in many, many years of experience in the law. I want to thank you for your patience, and I want you all to know that your case will get the attention it deserves and all the attention it needs when it's time. Thank you again for your patience. Is your full name Madeline? Ma'am, go ahead and have a seat if you would. Is your full name Madeline Rose Treadwell?
Yes, sir.
Citation I have alleged in honor about the third day of or the 31st day of March 2016 and the 15th day of October 2016, you committed the offenses of theft in the 3rd degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in custody and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for a court-appointed attorney? You do have a right to have a lawyer represent you.
Yes, sir.
I will appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Would stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, as court generally not guilty, please.
Ms. Treadwell, a plea of not guilty simply preserves your rights until we can have a pretrial hearing. That's what we're going to set now. That will be February 2nd. Pretrial hearing gives you a chance to discuss the case with your attorney and he with the prosecutor and resolve the case by agreement if you can. If you can't, then you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in this case. Any questions at all?
No, sir.
I'll have you exchange contact information.
Yeah, it's 367 809 0650.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Ms. Treadwell, I'm signing today's order. You can get a copy of it by going out to the window of the courtroom to your left. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverfield. We'll see you in February next month.
Thank you. Sir.
Thank you for appearing. It's been a while. Good to proceed to a resolution of the case. You take care of yourself. Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Only condition of the release is law-abiding behavior and stay in touch with your attorney.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your patience.
Does anybody here to the court and poetry?
With regard to the other matter scheduled for 9:45, that matter's already in warrant status. Or will remain in effect. Molly Christine Hyatt is called and does not answer.
Why don't you come on up? Let's see.
Morning, sir.
Morning. This is Taylor Decker. Just need to log in.
For the record, is your name Taylor Matthew Decker? Your Decker, good morning. I'll defer to your attorney for the status here.
Thank you, Judge. So once I get fired up here, I'm gonna have him sign the SOC that I prepared. If my computer's gonna start today.
Welcome to the cyber.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Need to get it on the network. There we go. Okay.
Decker, I'm looking at a SOC, stipulated order of continuance, which is in actuality a contract executed between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which, if you comply with the conditions set forth in the agreement, the charge will 12 months from now be dismissed. The requirements that you need to fulfill are basically two in nature. One, law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, don't get involved in any criminal law situation. Two, pay costs in the amount of $250. If you do that, case will be dismissed. It will go off your record as it will not be a conviction. If you violate the agreement and the city proves that, you've given up your rights to go to trial and all the rights attended to that, And we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would certainly result in almost certainly a conviction, based on the records. You have a chance to have this matter dismissed, you need to take care of it. Any question at all?
Nope. Thank you.
Sign here for the pad. Why is that not working? Why is that not working?
Mr. Decker, I'm now,
Try it one more time. It's not working. This usually starts working if you touch it. Huh. Let me just try it again. Yeah, go ahead. They need IT help again with the touchpad software, the signature software. Well,
This
it's
one,
not, it's not taking the input.
I'm showing a signature,
Oh, are you?
yes.
It's not showing up on my computer.
Huh.
Okay,
You can look at my screen if you wish.
no, it's fine. If it's there, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
showing a
All right.
signature of both the prosecutor and yourself.
Yeah, it's just not showing on, the defendant's signature is not showing on.
That's
that.
not showing, but it says served on defendant.
Okay.
Mr. Decker,
It's good enough.
we're gonna waive signature on the agreement yourself. I assume you have gone over it with your attorney. And what I want you to do is before you leave, go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of this agreement. That'll be ready for you. Review it carefully, and if you have any questions at all about anything that's in there, give Mr. Abaco a call, okay? I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and I look forward to finding it in compliance and dismissing the case 12 months from now. Good luck to you, and take care.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. You too.
Good luck, sir. You're welcome. And Mr. Hain, could you come up for a second? We talked about maybe resetting the things that we reset at one time. No. Let's see.
And this is
This is Mr. Hing.
Christopher Hagan. Mr. Hagan, good morning.
Morning.
Full name Christopher Joe Hagan.
Right. We're going to be filing here shortly a motion to continue. He's in the process of trying to complete an evaluation and
How far out did you want to go? February?
March. Probably March, just to, you know, not have to come back necessarily. Come on, away. Oh, I see. Donnie, were you doing the motion or? Oh, okay. I was gonna do it, that you were editing, so I. Okay. I just put it in the waiver.
In March, the choices are 2nd, 16th, and 30th. 2nd is gonna work.
Yeah, I just need to complete the motion here. Okay, let's see. Let's see.
Any objection to a reset from the city? No objection.
I logged out of the system. I'm hoping it'll take the signature this time. Why don't you just sign here, see if it works? Yes. Okay, cool.
So I'm electronically signing the order, resetting the matter to March 2nd. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and you take care of yourself. Get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom. Any questions at all?
No.
Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect. Take care.
Thank you, Judge.
We do have one matter from the
Yeah.
Mr. Gann. Good morning.
Good morning, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Back to page 1 here. Call the matter of Yelm versus Michael Armisen. Mr. Gann, addressed you. I'll defer to you for the
Thank you, Your Honor. We're requesting a continuance to, I believe would it be February 2nd, if it was set over 1 month, and it had discussed executing a speedy trial waiver to accomplish that. So I had explained to my client that he is in order to facilitate the continuance that he's willing to waive his right to a speedy trial, and we propose using the next court date as the commencement date if we use February 2 for the reset the 90-day clock. He understands that he doesn't have to waive his right to a speedy trial, but he wishes to do so. And I have I've spoken with them on the phone many times, but I wanted to come out because I hadn't met with them in person. We have an office appointment later this afternoon as well.
perfect. Mr. Arneson, the request of your attorney, I'm not hearing any objection. We're going to reset your case to a February 2nd. It takes time to resolve a criminal offense. There's a lot at stake, a lot involved in it. You need to stay in touch with your attorney, reappear on February 2nd, and of course, any conditions released set earlier remain in effect. Any questions at all? You take care of yourself. You can get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Good luck to you. Good to see you. Thank you for your patience, and we'll see you again in February.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Chiquan, good to see you. You take care. Have a good day, and Happy New Year to all.
We've got 3 matters on today. They're all compliance, review hearings for an SOC that was, in each case that was entered, I believe in 2020. The expiration would have been in October of 2022. There was some long warrant time. I reviewed the docket, and the court received a treatment assessment sometime around May of 2021. And she had to do some things, and you know, I suggested to her that, you know, she has a piece of paper with her today where she was going to enter into some kind of inpatient treatment situation. There's no assessment with it. And they didn't let her remain in the program because they believed she had COVID, and she says she didn't, but in any event, they excused her from the program. She'd have to wait 30 days to get back in. But there's no assessment with it. So what I explained to her was either we've got to go back and re-review the May of 2021 treatment recommendation, and she'd have to resume and comply with that. And if she disagrees with that, she'd have to get a new assessment and comply with that. Also, that is all conditioned on the city agreeing to, you know, extend this, and the city is often amenable, and they might be willing to let her have another year to comply. And we were kind of just talking about that, because I said, you know, if ultimately compliance doesn't happen, you know, this is really essentially an SOC revocation type of hearing, and she'll wind up with convictions on all 6 crimes spread over 3 case numbers. And I think where she's at in terms of all her personal issues and responsibilities she has with her family, and she said it's just been really a burden to try to you know, work on treatment issues and concurrently trying to work, because she mentioned she's kind of the main source of income in her family. So if I'm understanding her correctly, she wants to go ahead and to stipulate to the violation with the understanding that this is part of the city's motion to revoke the stipulated order of continuance on each case, which means that convictions would be entered. I indicated that it's unlikely, again, I don't know, but it's unlikely the city would be asking for jail time. But she'll wind up with still adversely, you know, convictions on a record. She wasn't happy about that, but I think she's just sort of at a point mentally where she just doesn't really have the wherewithal or the energy to keep going. She's just sort of tired and
Is there any treatment that's being done right now?
well, she go ahead.
I don't know, reference to call it permanent discharge because I tested positive. But I went in there negative, and so I can go back, there's a dead date on Monday for another 30 days. I have the papers later once.
There's no accompanying assessment with it, but she's got a piece of paper that shows that she was
And
at least.
those assessments get pretty stale, pretty quick.
Right, right.
Yeah, any treatment agency, unless it's a current assessment, they would say, no, you need to be reassessed.
Yeah, because the last one, I think in the file, according to the docket, is in May of 2021, I believe. There's
Ms.
something. in the
Lenz,
file.
Are you interested in complying with the original agreement at all? If you're not willing to, we'll proceed from that. If you are, your attorney expressed some exhaustion involved in the.
I'm just looking to either go get my rehab finished, or I can get the warrant squad, or either do the time so I can get it on my record.
There's no warrants. I checked her defendant case.
There's no warrant in connection with this case. If the city is, and that's a big if, is willing to give you another year, what I would definitely want to do is make that what I would prefer to do, if the city's willing to do that, is just simply reset the matter for 2 months out and then just see where you are then. See if you are following through on that's, again, this is an SOC, that's a contract between you and the city, and I'm just kind of a bystander to it. I don't really have anything to say about it. The city have a,
No, the city's.
the city is willing to consider extending the agreement, but it is not doing that at this time, but is willing to reset the matter, leave the matter on hold for a period of 2 months and just see where you go. I would encourage you to, I'm not interested in putting you in jail. What I'm interested in is having you defeat whatever demons are playing or interfering with you living a productive, normal life. And that's sometimes that's real difficult depending upon the substance of choice, and sometimes that's pretty darn difficult. All I could do is remind you that it's, you know, in this life, it's not how many times you fall down, it's how many times you get back up after falling down. Because we all fall. I'm going to give you the best of luck. We'll reset the matter out a couple of months in this lens, and I encourage you, yes, to do what you need to do to make yourself a better person and to be walking a different path in life. Your next court date will be March 2nd at 11 o'clock. I look forward to seeing you then, and definitely appear. We can address the matter. Again, I'm not interested in putting you in jail, and if worse comes to worse, I wouldn't be sentencing you to jail anyway, no matter what happens here. But I do encourage you to put yourself in a position where you're no longer having to come into court and explain yourself to a judge. Signing the order resetting the matter to March 2nd, we'll take a look at it at that time. Yeah, I encourage you to put yourself in a position where the city's amenable for giving you the rest of the year. Good luck to you. Ms. Lynn's kind of immediately left, Ms. Mayor. I trust you're in touch with her.
I think the city might have a motion on that.
City's moving.
The record is your name, Gregory Milton Lucy?
Yes.
Mr. Lucy, the city's moving to dismiss the case against you. I'm sure you or your attorney has no objection to that.
I will not object to it.
Case dismissed, Mr. Lucy. I hope at least it's been instructive to you, having to go through the process. You take care of yourself and good luck to you. Order of dismissal will be signed at the appropriate time. You're free to leave. Good luck.
And
And I didn't get the name.
oh, I'm sorry, Judge. This is Mr. Reeves.
Morning, sir. Is your name Jason Wade Reeves? Yes, sir.
I've had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Reeves. We prepared a statement of defendant on plea of guilty. He's going to be pleading guilty to the charge. All suspended jail time, a $250 probation fee. And I'd like to take care of it today.
Mr. Reeves, do you disagree with anything your attorney just said?
No.
Your full name is Jason Wade Reeves. I'm looking at the statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft, third degree. Plea form tells me you're 52 years of age. Any issues at all reading, understanding the plea form? No. Theft third is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for that on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, which I would be free to impose regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
Yes.
And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5 of the plea form, no trial, no appeal, no witnesses, no appeal, nothing, just a sentencing. You realize that? Yes. With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on November 16, 2022, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? Guilty. You make that plea of your own free will. Yes. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? No. I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? No, sir. I think the recommendation is a fair one. Sentence you to 364 days in jail, but suspend that for a period of a year on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. That's most important, and pay a probation fee in the amount of $250. Now, if you have a problem making the payments on that, let us know. That's the least important thing to me here. Do I arrange it right out here? That usually when we get to that in the judgment and sentence, there'll be a schedule to pay it. The set forth in the and it's usually $50 a month, I think. How about 25 a month? Sounds perfect. It's a little better. Yeah. Is that it, sir? Hold on a minute. It's everything's electronic these days. And sometimes I think that's a little slower than the old-fashioned way of doing it by hand. Reviewing the judgment and sentence form, which is separate from the plea form. But many years ago, when I started the practice of law, not this, a lot of this was one page, but it seems like every year it gets a little until it's multiple pages. Yeah, first payment, 25 a month would be on February 5th. And again, I want to make sure you understand that I'm not real concerned about the financial aspect of it, but if you do have problems making the payments, let us know, okay? I'm signing the judgment and sentence form. You can get a copy of it. I wish you would. A copy of both instruments at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Review it carefully, and if you have any questions, Mr. Haverko is there for your phone call. Okay. Good luck to you. Thank you. Take care of yourself. Good morning, sir.
This is Mr. Brian Erickson. I'm going to prepare a motion for a continuance.
Is your name Brian Lewis Erickson? Absolutely. Your attorney's preparing a reset issue. It'll come to this computer and this screen, I should say, and I'll review it and cite.
Right there. Your Honor should be receiving it.
I have it. And how far out did you wish to go?
30 or 60 days, enough time, I guess, for the city to contact the victim and see,
March second is available? and
Yeah,
have a
that's-
time? Okay, we'll set March second. Mr. Erickson, any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect, and that would include stay in touch with Mr. Erickson and reappear court,
and I'm
course for court.
just to get it again. Do you have a number?
253-65.
0891. Okay, thank you. Okay,
Erickson, the order's been signed. Please get a copy of it at the window to your left outside the courtroom. And we'll see you in March. Good luck to you. Thank you for appearing.
Mr. Horst? Vernon Horst, I believe.
Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Vernon Jacob Horst?
He asked if your name is Vernon Horst. Okay.
I'll take that nod as a yes. Good morning.
Sir, sign here, sign on this pad. It's okay, yeah, sure. So I believe the parties have reached an agreement. We're proposing that the charge be amended at the city's motion to hit and run unattended as of today. And then to put the case on a 12-month stipulated order of continuance on the condition for the next 12 months, he not have criminal law violations, that he pay a $250 probation fee, and that the issue of restitution is reserved.
You feel that Mr. Horst fully understands that?
I
remember him.
No, I think so. He says, just for the record, Your Honor, he does have quite a hard time hearing, but I would say, and he was accompanied today by his daughter, and we sat down in a private room and spoke about his case. And I would say at a close distance where I was talking to him, he did understand, the charge and the elements and his rights, and we talked about the incident, and I believe he had his, I believe he does understand.
Ordinarily, I would have him come up here, but I note that
Right.
mobility is an issue as well.
Right, and but I think, hearing wise, I think sitting in the courtroom, it's a little more difficult for him with the distance of Your Honor, to him. But I do feel he does I feel like he does understand.
City have anything to add? Mr. Horst, you've got a contract with the city. The charge can be dismissed. It'll go away if you do exactly what it says. Any questions?
Restitution is reserved, and the case will be dismissed after. I just repeated what Your Honor said to the defendant, and he indicated to me that he does understand. So he does seem to understand pretty well at a close distance.
Indicate to him that I've signed, approved of the order, and ask him to review it with his daughter before the day's over.
Okay. So the judge signed the order, everything's been approved. So before you go, stop at the court window and they'll give you copies of all the papers. Okay? You're free to go. Okay. Take care, sir.
Mr. Horst, good luck. Ma'am, thank you very much for your assistance.
I gotta get up. That's okay, I'm gonna be.
Yeah.
It's not often get somebody in here that's
I know.
of a more advanced age than I is.
Yeah. Got a couple matters. Need to have them sign the proposed SOC. Let's see. I'm going to sign it down. That's good. Oh, sorry. That's fine. So he's got two matters. He doesn't have a record. So parties have reached an agreement just to put both case numbers on a 12-month stipulated order of continuance, a global fee of $250. So if we need to break it out, $125 per case. So the intention though is just a total of $250. And then just remain law abiding, no criminal law violations for 12 months, at the end of which time matters could be dismissed.
Morning, sir. For the record, is your name Kyle Austin Clark? Mr. Clark, I'm looking at an SOC. That's a contract between you and the city executed by and negotiated by your attorney. Under the terms of which the charges that you're faced with can simply go away if you comply with every term of the agreement. You violate the agreement, if the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would most certainly result in findings of guilty and subject to the possibility of jail time. You have a chance here to get a very good resolution of the matter. I hope you take advantage of it. What's the situation with your license? Are you going to be able to reinstate that? Is it
So when this whole situation came down, COVID, I was unemployed with COVID, so I all I have to do was insure a $200 a month payment plan, and I could have got my license back, but I was currently at the end of my unemployment, so I was actually waiting on it, and then I unexpectedly got evicted from my place, and so I was caught up in the situation where I had to move out suddenly, take my car, despite not having a driver's license. I got caught. And I was mad because I just got everything from my house and I was giving an officer a time, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have just been.
So we live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive legally. I encourage you to just make sure your license is. Anything.
There's no other stipulations on.
It's pretty easy to lose a license and a lot harder to get it back. Good luck with that. You can get a copy of the agreement. I want you to read it over carefully and call Mr. Haverco if you have any questions.
Okay.
But that could be gotten at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Good luck to you, Mr. Clark. You take care. And thank you for your patience.
Next matter on the 11 o'clock is going to be Kevin Bingaman. He has 3 matters. And I'm preparing a motion to continue. On the pretrial case. Okay, oops, right there. So I'm submitting a motion to continue on the pretrial matter entering in 798, and that the purpose of that is to continue that case along with his new arraignment matters that we'll take up. So we would ask to proceed on the arraignments and then continue those in conjunction with the pretrial matter. So there's an ability to resolve everything at the same time.
For the record, is your name Kevin Porter Bigland? Do you disagree with anything Mr. Haverco just said? He already represents you on 3 matters. However, you're here for arraignment on 2 other matters. It's alleged by a citation that on or about December 11th, 2022, you committed the offense of criminal trespass 2nd degree. And it also alleges that on that day you committed the offense of driving a motor vehicle without a license and without identification. The trespass charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. The driving offense would be a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction of that would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Mr. Haverko, I'm appointed him to represent you on those matters as well. He'll enter a plea on your behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause on both matters and ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Now, the conditions of release are always law-abiding behavior. What we're gonna do is reset, I'm sure, all three matters. How far would you like to go, Mr. Haverko?
Or just kind of ordinary course, Judge?
Ordinary course, I'll defer to Madam Clerk. February 2nd will be your next court date. Mr. Bingham, stay in touch with Mr. Haverko and appear back here then. And signing the signing the order. That always takes a moment. There'll be two orders, one for the pretrial and the other one for the two arraignments. Mr. Bingaman, if you get copies of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Law-abiding behavior is a condition of release, as is a necessity of reappearing on February 2nd. Good luck to you.
And then the next matter is on the 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we're going to be that of Clifford Jones. Why don't you come on?
Mr. Jones, you
Clifford?
did appear. Okay, thank you.
And I'm gonna have him, I've got a document. Should be in there. Wait a minute.
Mr. Jones, you're here for, well, 1, 2 pretrials, a couple of arraignments. Make that 3 arraignments.
We, actually, oh, shoot. I don't know where, I don't know where the document went. So if the court would just give me a minute, I've actually discussed these matters with Mr. Jones. And, I thought there was a statement of intent on plea of guilty. I will prepare one. And that is on, let's see, give me a second here, John.
For the record, your name is Clifford Jones. Mr. Jones, I want to thank you for appearing.
I thought I had it in the queue.
So Jones, you have a total of 5 matters on today's calendar. It takes a little while to sort through all that.
Yeah. Okay, go. So what we're gonna do is, we're going to, as part of just a global resolution, we're gonna do the arraignments on the new charges. We're gonna waive arraignment. He understands his rights of what arraignment is, his rights, right to trial, right to counsel. He understands the nature of the charges. We're going to then waive arraignment in a sense and ask that the court accept guilty pleas by way of an Alford plea. So your honor can simply review the reports on the arraignment cases. And then as part of the global resolution of the matter, the city, as part of a global agreement, will move to dismiss the 2 pretrial cases ending in 692 and 737. So basically there's about 9 total charges between pretrial and arraignment. And he's pleading to basically a global total of 5 charges that are the newest. And then the city will move to dismiss the other 2 cases, which dismisses 4. So pleading to 5 out of 9.
Mr. Jones, do you disagree with anything you just said?
No, Your Honor.
Based on the joint motion of the parties, we'll dismiss docket numbers 13 and 14. That's citations heading in 92 and 37. You're also here for arraignment on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new charges. Your attorney indicates that you're going to be pleading guilty to all 5 charges. That would be, and you're waiving arraignment on those charges. You have a right to be formally advised of the charge, your rights, enter a plea of not guilty of the matter set for a pretrial. But your attorney says you want to resolve the matter today. Is that correct? And so you're waiving arraignment. With that in mind, I'll ask you as to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree. We'll take this out of order. Alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on December 25th, 2022. 1 charge of criminal trespass 1st degree. Alleged to have occurred on December 4th, 2022. 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree, same date, December 4th, 2022. And the next charge would be theft 3rd, which have occurred within the city of Yelm on December 15th, 2022, and likewise a criminal trespass first degree charge, December 15th, 2022. Each of those charges is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Plea form tells me you're 28 years of age. Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
Yes.
And if you had any question at all about what it meant, was your question answered? Now, if I accept your pleas, I can sentence you up to the maximum, which would be 364 and or 5,000 with regard to each and every charge, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that.
I understand.
With that in mind, as to those charges, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make those pleas with regard to all five charges of your own volition. Now, your attorney says that you're making these pleas and they pursuant to the case of State v. Alford. You're just entering a plea to take advantage of the plea bargain without admitting anything specific. Is that correct? You've gone over the police reports and you realize that if you went to trial, could be a bad result. I have reviewed and I'm very familiar with the police reports. We spoke to one another while you were in custody, and I did find probable cause. And I will find at this time a sufficient factual basis for each of the charges. The sentencing recommendation, Mr. Haverco, is
It's just suspended jail time on, the charges, and I don't believe the city, just because of his indigency, I don't believe the city was looking for a fine. He doesn't really have a very apparent ability to pay the fine. And so the conditions would be no criminal law violations for 12 months. And then the cases could be closed.
Does the city have anything to add to the sentencing recommendation? Mr. Jones, you have a right to tell me anything you wish. I'm familiar with the situation here. Anything you'd like to tell me, now's the time to do so. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to.
Thank you for letting me take responsibility for the mission.
Mr. Jones, you were kind of a one-man crime wave here. I hate to see somebody, I released you from custody on December 4th, but then you're back in Christmas on a new charge for basically the same thing. The keys to the jailhouse are there in your pocket. Just stay out of trouble. And you'll be free to come and go as you please. I am going to follow the recommendation as the sentence here. I'm going to suspend all the jail time, all 364 days, on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. I'm not going to impose any fine based on your indigency, which I'm real familiar with.
Thank you.
A few boxes to check here, Mr. Jones. I do want to thank you for showing up. That's I have to admit that I had concerns about that, but I'm glad you're here. Any questions at all? Hearing the judgment and sentence. So Jones, I'm signing off on the same. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And again, it's up to you whether you stay out of trouble or not. Keep in mind, 364 days you're suspended. I'm finding concurrent on all the offenses. Don't want to put you in jail. That's not the right place for you. I'd like to see you out in the Take care of yourself. Any questions? Concludes the hearing. Again, get a copy of today's paperwork. And have a good new year.
Next matter is going to be Bethany Hill on the 11 o'clock. And tendering forth a statement of defense on plea of guilty. In that charge.
Good afternoon. For the record, your name is Bethany Alexandria Hill. Ms. Hill, I'm looking at the statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the third degree. Plea form tells me you're 27 years of age. Any problem reading, understanding the plea form?
No.
Went over that with your attorney, and did he answer any questions you might have?
No.
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights and contained in paragraph 5, there's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
Yes, sir.
With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on September 3rd, 2019, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you
No.
to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 of the plea form does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. That's something I have to find. I can't find people guilty of something when they haven't actually committed the necessary elements of the offense. Recommended sentence, Mr. Averco, I take it is all jail time suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior and a $250
Correct. Correct,
probation.
Judge.
Mr. Atfield, anything the city wishes to add? Ms. Hill, if you have anything to say to me, now's the time. You don't have to say anything, but if you do, now's the time to let me know.
No.
I'm going to follow the recommendation. Hopefully you've learned from the experience. The case has a little age on it. I'm glad to have it finally resolved, but I'm sure you are as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's been a learning experience. We have to learn from our mistakes, or we're condemned forever to repeat them. But I'm going to wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Reviewing the paperwork, which I will sign. And once I've done so, I want you to get a copy of that at the front desk. Outside the courtroom and to your left.
Kelvin? Well, it's right here. They agreed to that deal we talked about. Yeah. So he's got, this is Mr. Calvin Goodman. He's got 3 matters on here. It's part of a global resolution here. We're going to do a stipulated order of continuance on the 2 cases, numbers 6 and 7, and ending in 667 and 469. And then as part of the agreement, if the court, accepts that, city's going to move to dismiss the theft charge, which ends in 954.
But let me see what I can. I'm sure we have the right person. This is
This is Calvin Goodman?
Mr. Goodman.
Yeah.
Mr. Goodman, I'm looking at the stipulated order of continuance. It's a contract basically signed between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which the case can go away if you comply with the conditions of the contract. Right. Those are basically stay out of trouble, no criminal law violations, and pay it looks like a probation fee in the amount of $250.
Yeah.
Now, if you violate the agreement, you've given up your right, having given up your right to a trial and witnesses and appeal. City proves you violated it, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that could result in the A, a conviction, and B, the possibility of jail time. We don't want to go there.
Yes, sir.
You know, you have a chance to resolve the matter very favorably, Mr. Goodman. I'm just hoping to take advantage of it. Any question at all? Again, as you heard me say a moment ago, we learn from our mistakes and we're condemned to repeat. Good luck to you. What I want you to do now is get a copy of the agreement. It's a lot of legal stuff in it, but I want you to look it over carefully, and if there's anything you have any question about, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay?
Sounds good, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Goodman, good luck to you. You take care of yourself and have a good year.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Judge. I'm gonna go speak with Ms. Zenner.
On record, go on record with regard to Yelm versus Sarah Fay. Michelle, that is you, I take it. Mr. Abaco, I'm looking at an SOC,
Correct, Judge?
12 months.
Yep.
Stay out of trouble, $250 costs.
I'll have her sign. On the screen. Oh. Let's see. This thing is fussy today. Right again.
We can simply check served on defendant, but you can't.
Yeah, it's I haven't logged out or gotten back in, but now the signature thing is not working out. I'll have to log
What I'm
out
gonna do
again
is
or.
split. Okay,
Try one more time. Try it one more time. See, maybe it'll work.
everybody signed.
No, no. I'll probably have to, like I did last time, probably log out of Oakports and then, oh, okay.
It's, we've done that, never mind. You log out, yeah, there we go. $12:07, we're up to that. Now you're gonna be able to get a copy of it, and I want you to do that, read it over carefully. I'm signing the SOC, don't violate it, that leads to bad things. But read that over carefully. Michelle, I've signed you're free to leave, get a copy of it, and good luck with your hearing.
Thank you so much.
Michelle, thank you.
We could take up the matter of this error. This defense would move for just a motion to continue.
And this is,
This is Ms. Zenner. She's the last item on the 11 o'clock calendar and just need to have some additional.
it's Michelle Lee Center.
Yes, it is.
Center, we're gonna reset your matter at the request of yourself and your attorney. How far out do you wanna go?
30 days, just, ordinary course,
That we can certainly do.
Okay.
February 2nd, 10 o'clock. I'm signing the order of reset, the center. What I want you to do.
Okay.
The center, that concludes the matter. I signed an order resetting the matter to February 2nd. You can get a copy of that by going to the window.
Thank you.
Excuse me, outside the courtroom and to your left. Excuse me. Mr. Abaco, sorry for dragging you.
Oh, no,
away from the-
no, thanks for doing that, because I
Uh,
should have, they were together, Mr. Goodman and Ms. Shaw were together.
that was, yeah, but hey, she's done. It's now 12:10. She'll be able to make her 12:15 hearing. No problem. Well, we can address the no-shows, I suppose.
Yeah.
Starting with the 10 o'clock calendar, I don't think we have any.
So on Ms. Camel Franklin, she had given me, I'm trying to get contact information from the defendant when in court, so I called her, left a message to call back, I haven't gotten a return call.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different theft charges. City of a motion. I'm inclined to, grant a city's motion to issue a warrant.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's. Dan, do you have any objection? I'm inclined to.
And then, the next one, I have no basis to object, Judge.
2,500 each, docket number 1, 25 for 2, 2,500 for 3. The next one I have was the
It should be Marshall Middlestat. I did have some,
Marshall Warren Middlesex.
yeah, I did have some contact information, but I've never spoken to him. I called and left a message to call back, and I've never received any return communication.
Worth resetting?
You know, gosh, I guess that would be my suggestion instead of a warrant, but,
Let's note that on appearance for speedy trial purposes and give it a try. Maybe you can get a hold of them and meet.
Yeah.
Same way with New Sully. It looks like you
Yeah.
have something in,
yeah,
Oakports.
I did. I spoke with her and I thought we had, resolution and, so I don't have any information as to the non-appearance today.
It sounds like you've been in contact with her. What I'd be inclined to do, I think, is just reset the man, note the non-appearance.
Sure.
For speedy trial purpose, city have any objection? You did have something worked on. And then last, I think would be Kevin Seal.
Yeah, and again, I had some contact information. I did call, leaving a message and I haven't received any return calls. I haven't spoken with him yet.
So there hasn't been any.
No.
City have a motion on that case?
I think the city moved.
So ordered.
And I haven't had contact with, on the 11 o'clock, Gerald Christopher.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, we pays our nickel and we takes our chances. City have a motion. So ordered, 2,500. Docket number 6 and 7. Mr. Jones, he's about a full page, he's taken care of.
Right.
Mr. Nielsen, note the non-appearance of Mr. Nielsen and reset, it's been reset to March 2nd, that's Mr. Stevens.
Oh, okay.
And I should have said for the record, the first item on the 11 o'clock docket. Megan Belka, note the non-appearance for speedy trial, and that's, again, reset. That's Josh's case.
Okay.
How about that brings us to, Joshua Reardon. January 9th, 2018 case.
Looking at the docket, he hasn't appeared since in 2019 when he was pro se.
Right.
That's right, Pro Se 2019. City was your warrant.
Yes.
So ordered. Samantha Stephanie Trusty.
I had some contact information. I had some sort of phone number that I got from her last time she was in court. I called it. It was one of these numbers where goes to sort of voicemail, but it says can't accept the message because voicemail is either full or not set up. So it was mobile. So
Very familiar.
So I texted a message saying, hey, this is your Yelm public defender, please contact me, and haven't received any contact.
City have a motion?
Yeah, the city used to issue a warrant, $1,000.
So ordered, I think on the, those are mitigation hearings, docket number 23. Enter FDA, let's FDA those and submit them to the Department of Licensing as a failure to appear. And with that, we'll go off record. we're gonna dial in your attorney in a moment, and we're gonna take that matter at this time. Once. Mr. Coker, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. How are you?
So far, so good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Your Honor, I have Mr. Stephen Bacon on for arraignment this morning or this afternoon.
He is seated at the council table. We're going to address your matter at this time.
I appreciate that.
Theodore Bacon.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bacon, the citation I have alleges that on or about December 12th, 2022, you committed the offense of DUI. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days incarceration and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to turn to your attorney who's here on Zoom for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
And again, good afternoon, Your Honor. Chris Coker here on behalf of Stephen Bacon. Your Honor, we would waive further advisement of rights, waive establishment of probable cause for purposes of this hearing only today, and ask that a plea of not guilty be entered.
Mr. Bacon, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Mr. Coker, available dates are February 2nd, February 16th.
Could we go February? Would it be possible to go in February 16th will work, Your Honor?
We can go to March if that's preferable.
If I'd prefer, actually, if we could, if March is okay, I'd like to go to, if we could go to March.
Wait, March 2nd?
March 2nd would be perfect.
Mr. Bacon, we're going to reset your matter to March 2nd. Stay in touch with your attorney. The conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. Don't drive unless licensed and insured, and don't drink and drive at all. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And would that be March 2nd at 1 p.m.?
March 2nd at 9 o'clock usually.
Okay. 9 a.m. I've got it.
That effect, and your client will be able to pick up a copy at the counter before he leaves, and we'll be mailing you or emailing you a copy of today's order.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
That concludes the matter. You can sign off. You take care. Have a good day.
You too.
Making everything is done on a computer these days, and it takes me a minute to fix the necessary signatures. Do we have any other attorney matters here? If we have private attorney matters, I prefer to call them first. The reason I do that is attorneys are always on the clock, and I hate to run up a client's bill any further than is absolutely necessary.
David Smith.
We'll call it that matter, and the name of your client is?
David Smith.
David Smith. Good at that. Bacon, I've signed today's order. If you get a copy of that by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left, you'll get a copy of that. Stay in touch with your attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you in March.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Is your name David Lee Smith? Mr. Smith, the citation I have alleges that on or about November 29th, 2022, you committed the offense of DUI, driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will at this time turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Jay Cronin for the defendant, Mr. David Smith. We have received complaints, and I have that over with my client, and we are prepared to enter a plea not guilty today, and also waive any further formal reading of the complaint as well. Thank you.
Smith, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Give you a chance to go over the matter with your attorney. Conditions of release are going to be law-abiding behavior. Don't drive unless licensed and insured, and don't drink and drive at all. As far as a pretrial date is concerned, we can go February 2nd or 16th.
Let me check the calendar real quick. Let's do February 16th. That works for you?
We can go to March if that's
February 16th would be.
February 16th.
Perfect, yep.
That's what we'll do. Smith, we'll see you back here February 16th. I'm signing an order as soon as it's completely prepared. 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, instead of handing you a copy of today's order, you're going to be allowed to go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and you get a copy of today's order that'll have the conditions on it. Anything further from the city? Anything further from council?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
Take care. See you in your next appearance. You as well. Any other attorneys here? Again, I prefer to call the attorney matters first, to get the attorneys on their way and out of here without running up unnecessarily a bill. You heard from Raymond, which is your first court appearance after receiving a citation. I'm going to call you up one at a time, advise you of what you're charged with, what the possible penalties are, and I will appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. The plea at this time will be not guilty. Purpose of that plea is to preserve your rights until you can explore the matter with your attorney a little bit, and maybe discuss the matter with the city attorney. The matter can be resolved by agreement. That's put on the record at the pretrial agreement, the pretrial hearing. If you can't agree to a resolution of the case, you're entitled to a public jury trial in the county where the offense allegedly was committed. If you have any questions about your rights or the charge, ask myself or Mr. Haverco, who's the court-appointed attorney. He will represent you throughout the course of your case. In the event that you're indigent, he'll inquire of you about that out of my hearing. Well, another matter I'm going to take out of order is Diana Bawal. Ms. Bawal, would you have a seat at the council table? Is your full name Diana J. Bawal?
Your Honor, I just changed my last name to back to Ocampo, since I'm already divorced.
Citation I have alleges that on or about November 11th or November 30th, 2022, you violated the terms and conditions of an order of protection. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days incarceration and or a $5,000 fine. I will have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause as court enter a not guilty plea.
Ms. Ball, plea of not guilty has been entered. That's a plea has been entered by your attorney with regard to that. I understand that Thomas Bawal is going to be present on Zoom. Mr. Bawal, you're present. The defendant has entered a plea not guilty. I understand you wish to address the court about the matter.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Can you hear me, Your Honor?
You certainly can. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if the court is familiar with Diana's record with being released from custody a little bit over a week before she broke the no contact order. She wasn't to contact me or the children in accordance with the agreement that she signed for a lesser charge. From that hearing, if she were to break that no contact order, she would be reinstated for the 4 felonies she was charged with and have to serve the remainder of her time on that charge or those charges. And I wanted to bring that to the court's attention.
Well, a condition of release is going to be no law violations, and that definitely includes orders of protection. Violating them is a very serious matter. You spoke to me on the telephone on December 1st. You are released on your promise to stay out of trouble and to appear for court as directed. You have appeared for court as directed. If you violate the no contact order and it comes to my attention, you will have violated the conditions of release. A warrant will be issued for your arrest and fairly high bail will be set. And it sounds like from talking to, from hearing from Mr. Boal that you have quite a little bit at risk here. I want you to discuss that with Mr. Haverco, exchange contact information with him. Again, please do not violate any no contact order. You may agree with it or disagree with it, but the order is an order until it's modified or changed by the court that entered it. Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll give you my contact. Yeah.
Pre-trial will be February 2nd at 10 a.m. I'm signing today's
Yeah,
order.
write it down.
And if
It's gonna be in the paper.
I want you to get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. We'll see you back here on your court date. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next would be Jamie Baker. Jamie Baker in the courtroom. A number of people will not answer, will not appear. And once the calendar is completed, you've all been spoken with, I'll go back through the non-appearances, and if there was probable cause for the issuance of the citation, a warrant will issue for the arrest of the non-appearing person. I want to thank you all for appearing today. Come back to that matter. Brittany Burnt, B-E-R-N-D-T. Does not answer. How about Nathan Scott Boutillier? I think is, I'm probably going to mispronounce a number of names. Sir, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize for this. Is your name Nathan Scott Boutillier? Yes, sir. The city may have a motion given the nature of the charge, which is driving a license suspended, revoked, third degree.
Yes, Your Honor, city used in that charge to involve second degree.
You know what just happened? Now, a number of people that are in the courtroom are going to have the same charge, and probably the same thing is going to happen. As you walked in here, you were charged with a criminal offense. If you were convicted of driving a license suspended, revoked, third degree, that's, as I say, a criminal offense, and that bears jail time of up to 90 days. The city has amended the charge to a civil infraction, which means if you admit the infraction, you don't plead guilty or not guilty to that. If you admit the infraction, I'll assess a $150 fine. That'll close the case. And it being a civil infraction, you're not entitled to an attorney at public expense. Any question about anything I just said?
No questions, Your Honor. Just, I'd like to, can I say something?
Yes, you can. Yes.
My license is resolved. It's active.
Perfect.
I took care of it as soon as possible. Had I known it was suspended, I would have jumped right on it, so.
It's kind of easy to lose it, a little harder to
It makes up with the.
a little harder to get it back. And yes, not all runs smoothly with the Department of Licensing.
It is valid.
If that's an admission, I'll assess $150 and you can pay that at $25 a month.
Okay.
I'm signing an order to that effect. At this time. If you're paying anything with regard to reinstatement of the license, I'd rather you take care of that first.
It's all said and done, sir.
Perfect. If there's any issue making the fine payments, let us know. We'll deal with it. It'll be pretty easy to deal with. Hey, you have your license reinstated? Keep it in effect.
Yes, sir.
As I say, easy to lose, a little harder to get it back.
Yes,
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deanna Brass.
Sure.
Deanna Lee Brass. Good afternoon, ma'am. Have a seat. Is that your full name, Deanna Lee Brass?
Yes.
Citation I have alleges that on or about December 11th, 2022, you committed the offense of criminal trespass, first degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll have Mr. Haverko enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Ms. Brass, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Stay in touch with your attorney. Conditional release is always law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. Pretrial will be on February 16th at 11 o'clock in the morning. Today's order will have the contact information for your attorney. We'll see you back here next month. Any questions at all?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Brass. Richard Allen Grijalba. If I mispronounce that, I apologize. Full name Richard Allen Grijalba.
Yes, sir.
Citation I have alleges that on or about December 31st, 2022, you committed the offense of disorderly conduct, simple misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'll have Mr. Haverko enter a plea on your behalf, and again, he'll represent you throughout the course of your case if you're indigent. Mr. Haverko,
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Grijalba, plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're setting a pretrial February 16th at 11 o'clock in the morning.
And I need, before you go.
Now sign the order electronically, of course. So we all, you can get a copy of that at the window outside and to the left.
Okay.
Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Take care. Jeremy Brissett in the courtroom. Not answer. How about Scott Custer? Does not answer. Justin Davis. Mr. Davis, how are you?
All right.
I know your name, but for the record, is it Justin, middle initial B, Davis?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Davis, the citation I have this date is dated December 9th, 2022, and alleges that on that date you committed the offense of criminal trespass, second degree. That's a simple misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Mr. Haverko, I'm appointing him to represent you, familiar with your situation. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Davis, once again, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Now, a condition of release is law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble, okay? February 16th at 11 o'clock will be your next hearing.
And I need the phone number. It's 6123. Okay.
So there's a copy of today's order. Please get that. It has your court date on it, as well as contact information with Mr. Haverco. Any questions at all?
No.
Good luck. Guy Dressen or Dreesen? If there's a way to mispronounce a name, I'm gonna find it. Is your full name Guy, middle initial S, Dreesen?
Yes.
Mr. Dreesen, the citation I have alleges that on December 11th, excuse me, he committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked. Third degree, city may have a motion on that case.
You guys did, used to charge to all.
It was a criminal offense and it's now a civil infraction. You probably heard what I was said earlier.
Yeah.
If you admit the infraction, it's a $150 assessment. If you deny it, you're entitled to a contested hearing, which we can set.
I will go that route, yeah.
Question I have is your license. Are you working on getting that
I'm just trying
reinstated?
to get it back, yeah, that's.
We live in a world where it's kind of hard to function at all without the ability to drive. Yeah, don't give up. Like I said earlier, it's easy to lose. It's a lot harder to get it back. Get it back, and once you have it, keep it. Preparing an order to that effect. When it's ready, you get a copy of that at the window.
Just go out to the way.
Order signed.
For you.
Get a copy of the order. You take care of yourself and thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Dungan. Good afternoon, sir. Is your name Stephen Wayne Dungan? Citation alleges that on or about December 19th, 2022, you committed the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a order of protection. Once again, that's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will have Mr. Haverco represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea of on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, your honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Dungan, a plea of not guilty, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We'll sign an order to that effect. You can get a copy of that at the window once you leave. You need to talk to Mr. Haverco.
You, June and March date for. He would like a court date, in the beginning of March. Does the court need a waiver or anything?
If it's at your request, I don't think we need a waiver.
It's a defense request.
Well, we can change that. It was going to be February, but the city has no objection. We can change that to March.
Need a phone number. I need a phone number. And then I need, before you go, there I need a signature. No, just wait there. It's. Can't do it. Okay, go ahead.
Then I signed the order. Conditional release is law-abiding behavior, and that would include abiding by each and every no contact order until it's modified or terminated by the court that entered. Any questions at all? Take care of yourself, and again, get a copy of today's order at the window. Dion Lee Freitas, Freitas. Is your name Dion Lee Freitas?
Yes, no.
Mr. Freitas, the city may have a motion in your case as well, given the nature of the events.
Your Honor, the city moves to amend charge to, all
And you know what that means if you admit it?
Yes, I'll take the deal.
I'll assess 150 then, based on that. And again, what do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license?
Yeah, that's gonna take me a minute though.
Money and time. It's 150, 25 a month starting February 5th. Sign the order, get a copy. And again, if there's a problem making the payments, let us know. That's something we can deal with fairly easily. But don't let it go down and just further complicate licensing issues. Mr. Freitas, good luck. You take care. Michelle Lee Louise Geiger. We'll come back to that later. Adam Wayne Green. Adam Green. How about Brandy Lynn Greasy? Aaron Hanson. How about Raymond Hanson? Is not here as well. Thomas Heeb. I don't see. Ethan O'Hanson Clark. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Ethan, middle initial L, O'Hanson Clark?
Yes, Your Honor.
I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Citation I have alleges that on or about January 1st, 2023, you committed the offense of malicious mischief, 3rd degree. That's a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'll have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your behalf with regard to the charge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty has been entered. Once again, that preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set for February 16th at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'll have you sign off on a promise to reappear. Just wait. Go ahead. So again, as Clark, I've now signed the order. Get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and we'll see you back here next month. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck.
You too.
Ashton Holmes. Ashton Holmes.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Full name Ashton Blake Holmes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Holmes, the citation I'm looking at alleges that on or about December 23, 2022, you committed the offense of theft 3rd degree. Once again, gross misdemeanor. This does get repetitious. Maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Mr. Haverco will enter a plea on your behalf and represent you throughout the course of the matter.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Holmes, a plea of not guilty, reserve your rights pending a pretrial, which we will set. Any question at all? Conditional release, of course, is law-abiding behavior.
Your signature. Don't look at it, just sign it. Oh, that's fine. I need a phone number. Yep. 628. Okay.
Well, you get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom. Thank you for appearing. We'll see you next appearance. Gary Howard does not answer. How about Stacy Krizan? Brett Landrud. Is your name Brett David Landrud?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Landrud, the city, given the nature of the offense, may have a motion in your case as well.
Yeah,
By now, you very likely know what that means.
I didn't even hear what you said.
He's amended the charge from a criminal offense, which is what DWS third is, to a civil infraction.
DWS. Oh, license.
Driving while license, I'm sorry, that's, I have a bad habit of speaking in the alphabet soup. Driving while license suspended is what you're charged with, which is a criminal offense. The city's amended the charge to a civil infraction of no valid operator's license. That's being a civil infraction, you're not entitled to an attorney, and you don't plead guilty or not guilty to it, you admit or deny it. If you admit it, Mr. Landrud, I'll assess a $150 fine, and that'll close the case. You won't be coming back to court. Any question about anything I just said?
Negative.
What do you want to do? If you admit it, it's 150. If you deny it,
I
it's.
admit it.
I'll assess.
I do want the court to know that I will have it back, my license back by the end of the month.
That would be my next question is, hey, we live in a world, you've got to be able to drive.
Yeah.
So get it reinstated and once it's reinstated, keep it reinstated.
It's all about money, sir.
I've now signed the order. Get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left, Mr. Landrud, and if there's any problem making the payments, let us know. We can deal with it.
No, I'll do it right now.
Good luck.
All right.
Jacob Larson. Does not answer. How about Jennifer Lawrence? Good afternoon. Is your full name Jennifer Gutierrez Lawrence?
Yes, sir.
Citation I have alleges that on or about November 17th, 2022, he committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the first degree. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and a $5,000 and or a $5,000 fine. I'll have Mr. Haverhill enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty is being entered on your behalf. There's also a couple of civil infractions following too closely and no insurance. Was there a wreck here? We'll enter a finding of not committed on those account of those along with the criminal offense.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. And she would like a court date at the beginning of March. What's your phone number?
Lawrence, conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. Most importantly, do not drive unless licensed and insurance. Based upon your driving record, that would appear to possibly be something of a problem. If you violate that condition of release, you'll be taken into custody and it'll be very high bail. But I want that to be perfectly understood. We're setting your pretrial out to March 2nd at 11 o'clock. We'll expect to have you back here at that time. Any question at all? Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. As far as I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and courts are beginning to take driving offenses quite a little bit more seriously than they were at this time. Please remember that. Thank you. Cody Christopher Locke. Cody Locke. Mr. Locke, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Given the charge, the city may have a motion in your case, Mr. Locke.
And city moves to amend the charge to no law in the second degree.
Mr. Locke, by now you know what that means. It's been amended from a criminal offense bearing the possibility of jail time to a civil infraction. Now, if you admit the infraction, you know the drill. I'll assess a $150 fine. You have a right to deny that you committed the infraction, in which case we can set it for a contested hearing. Any questions at all?
Does the $500 bail that I just posted count for the fine?
That would be that's actually a separate matter from the assessment. The bail bond is being exonerated. That's being released, but that's between you and the bonding company. The fine would be $150 out of this court.
Okay.
If you get a refund on your on the bail and you want to use that, but no, I can't interfere with anybody's bail. They can release it, and that's what I'm doing here.
Okay.
150. Is there an admission?
Huh? Yeah.
You admit, okay. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate the license?
Yeah.
Again, I would make that a priority in life, is to get that reinstated. So like I've signed the order, please get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Jose Malara. Mr. Malara, good afternoon. Your full name, Jose Mario. Citation I have alleges that on or about December 26th, 2022, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. That's a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or with a $1,000 fine. You were also cited for failure to have ignition interlock. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Millar, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We'll set the matter for a pretrial. Any questions? Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, and that would include don't drive unless equipped with ignition interlock, if that's required by the Department of Licensing. February 2nd, 11 o'clock will be your pretrial.
When? It'll be in your paperwork. What's that? Oh, you don't need to have it set up. This is separate. Yeah, for 360. 2590. Okay, yeah, just go to the window before you leave. She'll give you your paperwork and your ticket. Okay.
Javico, there is a compliance with the diversion matter that's the next docket matter, number 33. We'll calendar that along with the pretrial on the new charges. Mr. Millar, good luck. We'll see you back here on the date of your pretrial. Take care. Joseph Murray. Joseph Murray does not answer. Charles Naaman does not answer. Shane Pate. Jet Powell. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Jet, no middle initial Powell.
They spelled it wrong, but it's okay. It's Jet James Powell. 1 T.
I'll make 1 T.
1 T, like a plane, yes.
Citation I have alleges that on or about December 18th, 2022, you committed the offense of malicious mischief 3rd degree, which is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I will have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your behalf, and subject to verification later, we'll represent you throughout the course of your case.
I think Your Honor would stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Powell, plea of not guilty has been entered.
Well, I'm guilty.
Pardon?
I'm guilty.
Well, there's a little more to it than that. I never accept a guilty at an arraignment. Like I said, it's a misdemeanor. The ramifications are, the possibility of jail time up to 90 days. And ma'am, if there's have anything to say about the case, better address to Mr. Haverco, Mr. Powell's attorney. I'll give you a moment to do that.
350 3757.
Okay.
And I can appoint my own attorney, correct?
What's that?
I can get my own attorney.
I'm appointed to representation.
Okay. He was following the first 2 years. Two changes to the state and so and some of the courts. And they've been
We'll talk.
I'm leaving on a plane now to take care of my mom and my sister. So I have to.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Hold on, sir. David said, hey, we're working on a pretrial date for you. Yeah, it's, on the one hand, I hate to inconvenience you by making you come back to court, but on the other hand, there's a lot, 0 jail time versus 90 jail time, guilty versus not guilty. Legally, that's a legal decision. And what happens, there's a range that happens there. I think we might be having, when I hit the refresh button, all I get is the reload site message. There we are. February 2nd, 10 o'clock in the morning would be the,
I've got an attorney, so I didn't know. Oh, you didn't, yeah.
Oh, you do have
I
that?
have a family attorney, yeah.
Oh,
So
okay, he's gonna
I'll get in
appear
touch. So.
Right. Can you be here for 4th of February?
I don't know.
is there any question about representation or anything?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Any questions?
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
That concludes the matter.
Thank you.
You can get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Is Christopher Polito here? He does not answer. Bo Radke. Bo Radke in here? Ann Rankin? Your name is Anne Marie Rankin. That's it. And given the offense you're charged with, the city may have a motion.
Yes, Your Honor, the city moves to amend the charge to no ball in the second degree.
By now, you've probably heard exactly what happens. The charge has been amended by the city from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, Mr. Rankin, it will be a $150 assessment. You're also entitled to a contested hearing if you dispute the allegation.
No, I admit it.
Okay, that'll be $150. The question I have is $25 a month. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate?
Yeah, I'm just gonna pay some fines off.
It's always money, almost
Yeah.
always money. My suggestion or hope is that you make that a priority in life.
Okay.
Once again, hard to function without the ability to go from here to there.
Okay.
Ms. Rankin, you get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. You take care. Thank you. Paul Reed. Sean Raybon. Stephen Ridgway. Gary Reimer. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Gary Dean Riley.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Riley, the citation alleges that on or about November 28th, 2022, you committed the offense of hit and run unattended property damage. That's a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I shouldn't multitask here, but I sometimes catch myself doing it. I will appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you, and he will enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Riley, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights pending a pretrial. We're going to set that pretrial properly for
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sign here. Sorry. So when I have that dialogue box open, you can't. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, I won't do that. You have phone number?
Yes, 253. You got 2 numbers, 253-219-9007. So I don't think I need on this.
Does that generally work? The cell? Okay, I'll just use that. Yeah.
Mr. Riley, we're setting your pretrial for February 2nd, 11 o'clock in the morning.
That's fine.
Conditions of release are stay out of trouble, law-abiding behavior.
Yeah, I'll give you a call.
The order signed, you can get a copy of it by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and we'll see you back here, your pretrial date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions at all?
No, thank you. No.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Take care.
You'll get my paperwork.
Melissa Rowe, R-O-W-E. How about Daryl Russell? Mr. Russell, I see your charge is likewise
Your Honor, city moves to amend the charge to, no bonus.
and it is Daryl Ray Russell.
Yeah.
You've heard what the city's done. They've amended it from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. And I guess the next question is do you admit or deny? Admit it's 150, 25 a month. And again, I'm hoping that you do everything you can to reinstate your license. Excuse me, it took me a moment, but I'm now signing the order. Done, Mr. Russell, that concludes the matter. You can get a copy of the order at the window. Thank you for appearing. Good luck. Michael Russell? Does not answer. Excuse me. Cody Shaw? Yes. What's your name? Cody Lee Shaw?
Yeah.
Mr. Shaw, the have two citations here. One alleges in honor about December 21st, 2022. You committed the offense of theft in the third degree. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're also cited for loitering in connection with drug-related activity on December 25th, 2022. That's a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I will ask Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf with regard to the charges.
Thank your honor, stipulate to probable cause as the court to enter not guilty pleas.
Mr. Chalk, a not guilty plea has been entered on your behalf. We'll set the matter for a pretrial. It'll be February 16th at 11 in the morning.
Do you have the phone number? Yeah, please. 995. 874.
Order is now signed, Mr. Shaw. If you get a copy of that, Go and the window do that, law abiding behavior, conditional release, and stay in touch with Mr. Haverko and appear for court as directed.
Sounds good.
Good luck to you.
Thank you,
Take
boss.
care. Melissa Seeger. Good afternoon, ma'am. Well, is it Melissa Ann Seeger? Given the nature of the charge, the city may well have a motion in your case as well.
Yes, Your Honor, city moves to amend the charge to no longer second degree.
By now, you probably know exactly what that means, and so the question is, Ms. Seeger, do you admit or deny the infraction?
I admit.
You know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
I need a lot of money.
Well said.
About $4,000, I think.
Oh, yikes.
I got an offender vendor and they're suing me. So that's why I got suspended.
It's a financial responsibility thing. What you might want to do is talk to a lawyer about that. There are things you can do.
Okay.
But, I can't advise you, but
But I was confused on even who to call about it. Should I call the DMV or the sheriff? I don't know.
I would call a private attorney. I would
Okay.
call a private attorney and get their advice.
Okay.
So I'm signing today's order. It's $150 at $25 a month. So I'm just figuring you can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom too. Good luck to you and take care. Floyd Schaefer. Full name Floyd, middle initial L, Schaefer.
Floyd Lee Schaefer.
The citation that I'm looking at alleges that on or about November 26, 2022, you committed the offense of theft, third degree. That charge again is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty and conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Mr. Haverko will at this time enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, as the court or not guilty plea.
Schaefer, I've signed the order. Please get a copy of it at the window before you leave. Any questions at all? Good luck to you. We'll see you back here on your pretrial date, that being February 16th. Take care. How about John Thomas Smith? Does not answer. Elaine Stangler. Autumn Stansberry. Eric Strobel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Full name Eric Stephen Strobel.
Yeah.
Mr. Strobel, the citation I have alleges that on or about December 6, 2022, you committed the offense of driving under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will appoint Mr. Aberco to represent you, and he will enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
I think Your Honor would stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Strobel, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set a pretrial for February 2nd at 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, given the nature of the offense, the conditions of release are a little more than usual. Law-abiding behavior, no driving unless licensed and insured, and no drinking and driving at all. Okay?
And I'm gonna need a phone number.
Phone number?
Yeah.
Two, 6 1 4 5. Great. Strobel, that concludes the matter. Please get a copy of today's order at the window, and we'll see you back here next time. Good luck. You too. Stephanie Asumi. Good afternoon. Given the nature of the offense, the city may have a motion in your case as well.
City does, city moves to amend the charge to no law on second degree.
You know what that means? As you walked in here, you were charged with a criminal offense. If you were convicted of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree, you could be sentenced up to 90 days in jail. The city's changed the charge to what they call a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, I can give you a fine, but I can't do it. There's no jail time. Can't be. Now, with regard to the amended infraction of no valid operator's license, the next question I have is, do you have any questions? Do you admit it or deny it? That being the case, I'll assess a $150 fine, Ms. Sumi, and that'll close the matter. As long as you pay the fine as directed in the order. Do you know what you need to do to get your license back? Yeah, I'd make that a priority anyway. I'm signing the order, Ms. Sui. Please get a copy of it at the window and take care of yourself, okay? That concludes the hearing. And once again, any questions at all? Pardon? Okay. You're free to leave as long as you get a copy. Savannah Zemilius. And I probably mispronounced that.
Pretend the first aspect there.
Is your full name Savannah, middle initial L? Yes. Zemilius. Citation I have, said you may have a motion in your case as well that's.
Yes, Your Honor, the WLS charge is going to be amended to no law on second degree and failure to transfer title to expired tabs.
Believe it or not, failure to transfer title within 45 days of acquiring ownership is, under Washington law, a criminal offense for one of 6 states. No longer, the city has amended it to expired tabs, which by definition, non-transfer. If you admit the infractions, there'll be a fine, 150 and 150. If you deny it, you're entitled to a contested hearing. Any question about anything I've just said? What would you like to do?
I will admit it.
And of course, I'll ask you, are you going to be able to transfer the title?
Yeah, I'm working with an out-of-state DMV. So,
Oh, boy.
yeah.
General advice to everybody and everyone, if you're going to buy a car, make sure you're getting the title before you part with your money, because sometimes when you part with your money, you can no longer find the seller and the seller no longer cares anyway. But I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. I'm signing the order. And of course, your license, I Big-
Same thing, yeah, there was a miscommunication with that.
well, it's always there. Good luck and get a copy of today's order at the window
Thank you.
as you leave. Take care of yourself.
Yep.
Charles Scott Terrence. Gravico, I assume he's one of yours, but we'll come back to that. How about Stephanie Taylor? Stephanie Taylor. Good afternoon. Full name Stephanie K. Taylor. Citation alleges in honor about December 12th of 2022. You committed the offense of theft, 3rd degree. Once again, that's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, as the court to enter a not guilty plea.
So we're going to set your matter for a pretrial. First, any questions? And of course, conditions are released, law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, and stay in touch with your attorney. And do you have to look? Okay. By Julie. Okay. 5118. Perfect. February 16th, at 11 o'clock, that'll be your next meeting.
Yeah, so give you all the paperwork before you go. Get us up to the minute.
To say there again, yeah, that concludes the hearing. Please get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for appearing. And you as well.